clarify, I did not say that there are things that you shouldn't be or stay with. I just said that there are things that should not be made public. You don't air dirty laundry to the public. What? One second, please. I'm still speaking. Sorry. No, but okay. So with there's a board of directors, yes. But if you're having issues with somebody in your club, do you air that all in the club, or do you try to resolve matters before? Okay, so no problem. The I don't think so either. The buck stops with the governor. The buck stops. The buck stops with the governor, and so we're going to work to respond to the request that the board has made, and it will be provided. If the tenet of the creed will guide us in how we move forward and provide the information that is being requested here. It is not a matter that things are being done outside of the purpose, outside of the policy. You have made a request, and it is noted, and it will be provided.
Morning, everybody. I am not necessarily speaking as parliamentarian. I'm speaking as a member of the Optimist Club of North St. Andrew, and by virtue of that, a member of this district, and by virtue of that, a member of Optimist International. Now, whatever matters that are unclear, I have question signs, have to be settled at the highest level of any organization, which is the board of directors. So it cannot be deferred, Governor. It has to be settled. Thank you. If there are doubts about any matter pertaining to the district, and indeed generally speaking to any organization, that organization's board of directors is its highest authority. And such matters must be trashed out and not deferred.
Morning. Treasurer Rosie, I'm looking at the financials. I don't know if you can clarify. 370, I see reimbursement to Governor Lorna Gordon, 195. And I see cash prizes to winners, 24, and cash prizes to teachers. No, cash prizes to winners, 30, cash prizes to teachers, 24. And then on the next page, I see transfer done for payment to CCDHH cash prizes to winners, teachers, and interpreters, 54. Is that the same transaction?
Yes, it is.
So, so on the first page it's saying reimbursement, and then it is saying transfer. So, is it done twice?
Okay, let me explain. I got from the governor the items for the CCDHH. That's what I got from the government, which is actual figures to be paid. Although it says budget, which after the event you don't call it budget anymore, you call it the actual figures. So I reimbursed that 195,579 to the governor. And when I was not in Jamaica when I did the financials. And when I printed the bank statements, I saw there were other payments on the bank account payable to recipients of the same monies that I had reimbursed to the governor. So the only way I could report on same is to say it is actually an overpayment, because I have transferred that amount to the governor, and then I see where I am not privy to what was deducted. I could look, I didn't look at it, but I don't know if it's the governor and the finance chair, is it the governor and the secretary. I don't know who actually did the transfers. So I have to, what I see is what I report.
There's a discard somewhere.
In response, 1 second please. No transaction is done without this treasurer being...
Not true, Governor, not true.
May I finish, please? Without the information being sent by email to the treasurer. There are times when requests are made that the treasurer indicates that she's unavailable to process for being overseas, unavailable because she doesn't have access, and so also the other persons on the account, and so I would initiate and the FC, but every transaction that is initiated, documentation is sent and copied to the treasurer. As it pertains to the reimbursement, I sent a budget at the end of the CCDHH. I did not send a claim. And so when the payment was made to me for 197, I had no idea that it was pertaining to that, because at that time, the reimbursement to me, which was outstanding, pertained to the oratorical, the interpreter for Q2, and regional travel. So I thought that that 195 related to a part payment for the regional reimbursement. No communication was sent to me as to that it was being paid on the budget. I had not submitted a reimbursement for the CCDHH. I sent them in transparency at the end of every competition, the oratorical and the CCDHH, a complete report of what happened with both competition, and at the end of each competition, what the cost to the district was and the funding, just for clarity and transparency, and to remind everyone that in the financials coming from the previous administration were funds which were raised by me, acknowledged at the time by immediate past Governor Richard, to go specifically towards the competition. As you recall, at the beginning of the year, the plan was to have a combined competition of the CCDHH and the oratorical, but as it turns out, it could not happen in that way, so we ended up splitting the competition in two, and it occurred 2 seconds. But I did not submit at the time when the payment was made a reimbursement request. So when that payment was made, I had no idea that that is what it pertained to. So I accounted for it as the reimbursement for my travel to the regional.
Okay, let me clarify. There was at an executive meeting, it was presented, a document was presented by the governor asking the executive for reimbursement for travel to the Southeast Regional Conference. A document of $1,512 was presented for US. On that document, it was transportation from the airport, accommodation, and airfare. To my knowledge, being in this district for over 23 years, I know that when you present to the executive things for approval, it is recommended that you take it to the board because it is outside of policy and outside of the budget. So I was anticipating that that item would be taken to the board, which I did not see it happen. When the governor sent the reimbursement to me, there was an additional $100 added to the $1,500. So I am waiting for that reimbursement to be taken to the board of directors for final approval. My knowledge, we don't pay part payment on any invoice. It is paid in full. And I would not convert US dollar part payment into a Jamaican dollar when the bank account comprises two currencies, Jamaican dollar and US dollar. So the reason why I made the payment for the CCDHH, it is because the email was sent after the contest was held. So after the contest was held, you would be privy to the actual. So see, it says budgeted. You can't budget after the actual. It's actually the actual you're sending now, which is the same figures that is in the actual.
As it pertains to the executive authority, the authority of the executive committee, we must be guided by the policy and the bylaws of Optimist International. Article 8, Section 3.8 requires the board, gives the board the general responsibility for administering the district's business. However, Section 3C then gives the executive committee its own express authority. It provides that the executive committee is authorized to make purchase, pay expenses, travel allowance, reimbursements, and obligations within the approved budget. And so the request which was made was within the approved budget, utilizing the travels that would have been to the conferences for Q2, and that is what was made to the executive committee. So to say that the executive committee did not have authority is not correct.
It is clear to those who can hear. Here, take that one. Take the one that this one is.
Madam Governor, it is clear to those of us who are listening that all is not well. May I suggest, and as I look around, I can find persons, I can see persons. In fact, I am looking at one chartered accountant. Can we co-opt the expertise within the district, gather together within the next week with this treasurer the executive committee and iron out all of these issues. Any claims must be accompanied by the appropriate documentation. No payment can be made without it being part of the approved budget. And if it's not approved, then it has to be tabled with the executive committee for approval, subject to availability of funds. So, I think that we have some work to be done. We have 6 weeks before the end of this strict administrative year, and it must be attempted immediately.
International President Theo, your comment is well noted. However, there were no issues as it relates to the funds being unavailable, and there were no issues as it pertains to documentation not being supported or submitted. It was a matter of a decision that was made that was not agreed with, and so was not carried out. And so I am open to whatever collaborative discussion to move the business forward, but there is no issue. And may I remind you and remind everyone that I am a chartered accountant of over 30 years, and I'm also an attorney, so I have 2 professional accreditation that I fight diligently and hard to protect. So there are no questions about whether documentation were submitted or whether the requisite approval was done. It is about working together, being united, and that is where the challenge is. So I'm open to the requisite dialogue to ensure that we finish the year united so that we can hand over to the incoming administration in such a format. International Director Dale, you had a point?
Right.
I have a question. Through you, Governor, to the district treasurer. Question. The first question, is it customary for us to sponsor the convention ambassador to attend international convention? And was that done for the convention just held? And we shouldn't go by rumors, but the rumor abounds.
What's the question? May I ask a question? Isn't it, even can't the governor decide that she wants to sponsor can the governor and the executive decide that they're going to sponsor the ambassador?
Out of their pockets.
Can't they decide that?
Out of the pockets or district.
No, such a box.
Let me clarify that.
Yes, it needs a
On a point of order though, this matter that is being discussed is not, or raised, is not on the financial report, but I will so address. I mistakenly was of the view that such a reimbursement was made, and the process of the district worked. The finance chair called me and said, Governor, no. The secretary called me and said, Governor, no. And so no payment was made. So I'm not sure why that information, which was sent to 3 persons, would have been a part of a rumor mill.
Good morning again. I have a question in relation to the Lieutenant Governor budget section for 1,500, number 210. How can that be accessed?
Are we finished with our questions? We are running out of time. Oh, the treasurer answered.
About the 1,500 that is budgeted for LDG, if she can get it, and I said, we had hearing. One hearing. That would be the governor.
There is a budgeted line item there's an amount in the budget for LTG expense, particular amounts per quarter, and of course within the budget requests can be submitted to cover expenses. It's for particular expenses, traveling to the conferences, I think. But I will, if requests are made, you can submit the request to the treasurer, myself, and the secretary, and then we can have the communication accordingly within the amount in the budget. It is per set amount per LTG, not overall for one. There are amounts per LTG.
Yes, go. With the looking at the financials for the joint governor to the summit, but when I looked, I saw where the balances in the joint account had gone down. Now, to the best of my knowledge, the cost associated with sending the joint governor to the summit is a district expense, not a joint expense, and therefore the money came from the wrong account. We have a joint district that there is no income. There is no income going to the joint district. So therefore it is unfair. Whatever monies were there would have been from a long time, which would have been for a specific purpose. Now if we were to continue depleting the joy account, there are policies that guide how the joy account is to be managed. But the cost associated with sending the joint governor to the conference is a district expense, and therefore it should be corrected to do so shown.
And you point me to where again, I'm guided, and can you point me to in the district policy? You don't have to do that now. In the district policy where it speaks to that being a district expense, and we will correct accordingly.
Article 7, Section 9.
That the sending of the joint governor to the summit is a district expense? That's the article you're referring to?
And the chaperone.
Okay.
It is customary
No.
that even at Hawaii,
I am not asking about customary.
Okay.
What I asked for is the policy that says that the expense is a district expense.
Can I continue?
Yes.
The member state members state that the Joy District does not have income. The Joy District does not have income unless the adult district give them money or they fundraise. Now, previously, for over a number of years, Joy governors going to Joy Convention, or no, it's the summit. It's the district that sends the Joy governor and the chaperone. There was a conflict at one time with the chaperone where the governor was asking that the chaperone paid her own way, and it was put in the policy that the district reimburse to the chaperone monies paid if they travel to the Joy Summit with the governor. So it is the district who is responsible, and the monies that is in the Joy account, it is actually a custodian of the adult district. The adult district cannot just go into the Joy account and make payments without the Joy Secretary Treasurer, the district Secretary Treasurer, and the district Joy Chair. It has to be collaboration. Article 7, Section D, 90. It states that the chaperone should be reimbursed by the district for whatever money is incurred to travel with the governor to international.
Thank you very much. Greetings, Optimists. This is my first meeting, and I'm not familiar with your protocol and procedures, and I would like to ask a question. Are there quarterly meetings with what I'm going to, for want of information, call the business committee to discuss the budget, the income, the expenditure on a quarterly basis? Because the discussion that is happening now, and this is what I think Optimist Lorna meant when she said it should be public. I don't think she was trying to say it should be a secret or it should be hidden. I think what she was trying to say is this is not the forum for that discussion because there should be a structure in place that allows these discussions to happen on a timely basis, so we don't get into this when we have our convention. As I said, it's my first meeting. I come here to hear about visions and goals. I am a disabled person. Me want something to do. I don't want to be dealing with business issues that should rightly have been discussed outside of this kind of forum, because it creates an air of suspicion, which I think may be unwarranted if people were to sit down prior to this periodically and sort things out. It's wonderful to be here, and I look forward to this discussion being wrapped up by the powers that be, as was attempted earlier, and moving on with another aspect of who we all are.
Madam Governor, and after crave your excuse to leave to our funeral, we have death in our family, and I have to attend. Earlier on in the meeting, I recommended. Would you protect me, Madam Governor? Please do. I'm being attacked from the left side.
But I took your recommendation, sir, and you guided, but I was
because that was not my understanding, and I'm thanking you for the clarity. When I look around the room, again, I think I would have got my papers for accounts before everybody in here from 1977. Some of them weren't born. So I'm strongly recommending that we call for an urgent executive committee to consider the matter, get the accounts right, make sure we have both an income and expenditure statement and a balance sheet so we can know our liabilities and assets. Simple. Thank you. May I leave?
So just to finally state this, the district deals with an income and expense report, not a balance sheet as far as I know, but what we will do is to look on what are all the outstanding payments and to assess the liquidity and liability. Is that a governance issue? Thank you.
Yeah. I think what I'm going to, and fellow optimists, when we are recruiting, part of our duties must be to tell the potential new members how this organization functions. There is no escaping discussing this kind of matter at the Board of Directors meeting. Absolutely none. So, because, and that's why I'm making the point, if I'm recruiting you, Faith, I must tell you how the organization that I'm asking you to join works. Thank you.
So, are we finished with the financial report? Okay, moving, Madam Treasurer, are you going to deal with the T-shirt?
You don't need that.
I think the T-shirt was also circulated. Yes? No?
This part of the treasurer's work, the governor delegates it to the secretary.
No, the T-shirt is generated from OI.
Yeah, but we normally don't do the T-shirt here.
Talk about the dues outstanding to OI. And we talk about the dues outstanding to the district. I'm not sure why we're saying no. Anyway, at this point, let me just tell you that at last week, we're still outstanding $11,500 to the district. The OI dues as at the 13th was $15,000. For the most part, the clubs are current. There are only maybe 5 or so for outstanding for one in the 120 days, and the district dues. There are some clubs that are carrying balances from the previous quarter, and we urge you to settle your balances promptly. Moving on. May we move on? Okay. The governor-elect report.
Good morning, fellow optimists. I hope you're having a good time so far. Candidate Qualification Committee report. Standing. Can you see me from here? Yes, sir. Okay, good. The Candidate Qualification Committee convened to review all submissions for the position of governor for the year 2027-2028. Based on qualification, leadership record, and alignment with organizational goals, the Candidate Qualification Committee unanimously recommended Ellis James Lang as governor-elect for the year 2027. That's the QC report.
Recommendation, yes, that's the QC nomination. So at this point, I think I am guided to ask whether there are any other nominations from the floor. No? What would that mean? What would that mean? Sorry, in the business session?
Yeah.
1 second, please. I'm talking to the parliamentarian. Yes, Granville. I'm sorry? Okay. Okay, I'm guided. So what we're accepting the recommendation, the nomination? Is that what it is, or just giving his report? He's just giving in his report?
Accepting or not accepting does not arise here. It arises when the election.
So my question is that he's just giving his report.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're moving on now to any other business. No, sorry, he has another report? I'm so sorry. I thought you said you didn't.
I have to give presentation in respect to there is no policy change where I stand, and there is no rezoning. But for the board need to know that the persons who I elect to signature to the account for the year 2026-2027 are the District Treasurer, this is Rosemary Samuels, District Secretary, Iris Coburn, and past President, Marsha Street Hendricks, and yours truly, are the signature for the year 2026 to 2027 for the accounts. The budget for the year 2026-27 has been circulated. Are there any questions in regards to the budget? Any question? Any question? If there is no question, my presentation is over.
Okay. Are there any questions on the...
No, we can proceed. There is no question.
Okay, I am guiding that at this point, as the governor, I could seek to call for the election by suspending the board meeting. Somebody says no, I don't understand. Okay, so let us finish because we're almost through. We're almost through. We're moving on to any other business? Are there any other business for the board of directors meeting? We're mumbling, which means that we don't. I was asking for, so we don't need to suspend, we just need to do the election.
Yes, we are having a board meeting, fellow optimists. So, you have a question, Optimist Rose?
Yes, I do.
Ask it before.
The presentation of the candidates' qualification committee report is presented 3 times. First at the executive meeting, second at the board meeting, third at the general session.
No? But the general session comes before the board meeting, no?
That is... Let me just finish.
Yes.
That is the 3 presentation of the report. You have your board meeting for the general sessions. You present your report, it is accepted by the board. Then you go into your general session and you present your report again. That is where you will have the elections. That's exactly how, Governor Richard, how did you do it last year? Okay.
It doesn't mean that it can't be done now, though.
It has to be done at the general session.
No. Okay. Let us reason this thing out. Who votes? Who votes in the election? Who is meeting now? Okay. All right. The current governor-elect is saying, since it is likely that not everybody is present at this board of directors meeting, then it is more prudent to call elections during the... All right. If Governor... let's go with that.
We're running out of time and we need to... It is that, although it is the members of the board of directors vote, but anybody from the floor can be nominated as governor. And then the delegates vote. But not everybody is present here at the board meeting. So that's why we have to have it at the general session. Everybody have a chance to be nominated.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any important notices? All right, no important notice. We go to second roll call. To do the international president remarks. Second roll call. We have moved on to the items. Oh, we're supposed to. The budget for 2026, 2027.
spoke to it, but nobody responded to it.
Oh well. All right, so we're putting a motion, the 2026-27 budget on the floor. There being no questions, we ask for the board to indicate by raising of hands approval of the 2026-2027 budget. Can we, all persons in favor, so indicate? So we have, nobody is paying attention. And the person who raised the question is discussing. Secretary Treasurer Diana, are we voting for the, we're voting now for the approval of the 2026-2027 budget. Can we indicate raising of hands? Nobody? The budget was previously circulated to the board of directors, and there are copies today, and so the matter is being up for vote. If there are no discussions, but I need to have an indication of whether there are, okay, so let me do this. Are there any opposing votes? Yes? You have a question? No?
I wanted to ask because I was told, unfortunately, I had said
Hold on, Bruce. Madam Governor, directors, I'm just finding out from the governor-elect if he had gone through his budget. I know when I came in, a question was being asked, but I'm getting the impression that your budget wasn't. I heard that you said that it was circulated, but was it the question you asked to say if there's any question? Was that your sum total of it, or were you going to go through the budget itself? No, you can't, Governor-elect. You still have to go through.
Members, it is at this forum the governor-elect presents his budget for approval at the Convention Board of Directors meeting. I am his treasurer designate, and I will present same. For the year 26-27, October 1 to September, we have decided, the committee, that we intend to collect 95% of the district dues, which we would start the year. Today is August, so we think of October 1 as probably losing another 23 members on or about. So we'd start the year at 1,580 members. And that would be for first quarter. At 375, we intend to collect $5,630. The beginning of second quarter would be, if we allow for the deletion of 23 members, the beginning of the second quarter would have 1,530 members. And that would give us 5,738. We expect to grow in membership for the second quarter of 70 new members, and that will take us into the third quarter of a total amount of members of 1,600. At 375, we'll get $6,000. We expect to move membership by building 2 clubs in the 3rd quarter, and that would amount to 30 members, which take us to the beginning of 4th quarter, 1,630. At $375 per quarter is $6,115. Total amount for the entire year to be collected in full, $23,778. We said we budget at collecting 95%, which is $22,595. We budgeted to collect for the previous year's dues of $3,500. Allotment from OI, we have received in previous years up to $500, so we budgeted for $640. The district convention, we budgeted for accommodation of $42,652. District meetings, we also budgeted for accommodation, $34,250. Oratorical contest, we expect an income of $3,500. CCDHH, we also expect an income of $3,000. For the conference and convention for the Joy District, we expect an income of $1,200. For the Joy District, we expect fundraisers and other sponsorship would give them an additional $3,500. We make for the TriStar Sports Skill Contest, we still budgeted for $800. Charm program, we budgeted $3,500, and that money every year we give to Bustamante Children's Hospital. For the essay contest, we budgeted for $750, and that will be the entrance that will be paid by the clubs for the different essays. Childhood cancer, previously we always contribute to the Optimist International Foundation for cancer, along with our own contribution to the fund itself. We expect to sell in House of Optimism $5,800. Now, with all the expenses that will be incurred, there's a shortfall of $15,000 US, which will have to be done on approval from Optimist International for fundraising to be done. Total for the year budget that we expect to get is $141,000 approximate. For the disbursement, we expect governor of $3,876. For the LTGs, $1,200. For secretary, $3,600. For treasurer, $3,600. For the governor-elect, $1,700. For the immediate and the past governor who sits on the board, $3,300. For the Joy governor, $1,000. For the Joy Summit, $3,500. For committee chairman, that is if they need assistance to do anything, $450. Postage and handling, stationery, and district bulletin, $500, $500, and $800 respectively. We expect that whatever we collect for accommodation will be the same that will be expensed. $42,650, $34,250. For the oratorical contest, we expect to spend over $6,000, including the world travel. For CCDHH, we expect to spend $3,100. For the youth conference, we expect what they get in their income for their conference and convention. They would expect that in food and gifts when they do hold their conference and their convention. For awards, we have budgeted for $1,500, for bank charges $800, for telephone $750. Charm program, whatever we collect, we expend same to Bustamante Children's Hospital. Childhood cancer, we do the same, and we send that to Optimist International. We expect to spend only $3,500 out of the $5,800, with getting a profit of over $2,000. Conference and supply, previous year admin is a $2,500 budget, and that is towards probably awards. International representative visit, we have budgeted for $1,000. For the international convention, for the secretary and the treasurer and the governor-elect, $2,500 each. That will include accommodation and travel. There's also an amount that is budgeted for in case we need to pay for the district headquarters at convention for $800. And we have an excess of $367 between the budget. Thank you. Are there any questions, please?
Sir. Morning, fellow optimists. You may choose to remind us, District Secretary, District Treasurer Rose, current year, what's the dues collection rate?
We are at 50% now.
50%.
Right.
The last 3 years, last 10 years, last 20 years, I think you mentioned you have been in the district for 20 years. What has been the highest collection rate to your collection?
Well, to my knowledge, the year 24-25, they collected over $28,000 in percent. No, I am not so bright to give it to you off my head like that.
Okay.
Remember, I'm not an accountant.
The point I'm trying to make is that a 95% collection rate for dues is unrealistic.
No, it's not. We collected over that in 24-25.
Which was how many years ago?
1 year ago.
Last year?
Yes.
But you just said it was 50%.
24. No, this year we are at 50% collection. Presently.
So last year you collected?
Over the amount that we had budgeted for.
Were there any adjustments, any special reasons?
No, none at all. We just collect dues.
Okay, that's good. However, my point is 95% seems high, and my recommendation, and I think I have the feedback and the consensus from the membership, that we may want to adjust that.
Let me explain, Governor.
If you've only done that 1 year in 20 odd years, you don't have a trend. And so, while we're optimistic, it's just a recommendation. By a show of hands, is there anyone that thinks we should? My proposal would probably be 85% or 80%. 80% is, I think, more realistic.
Governor one moment. Governor Calvin.
Yes.
If we give the members of this district a reason to pay their dues, we will collect.
Excuse me.
In the 20 years, I didn't have reasons.
Any more questions?
Fellow optimists, all protocol observed. All protocol observed. All protocol observed. Let us remember our creed. We are conducting the business of the district, and we are responsible for young adults leading by example. I'm asking that I am Faith McFarland Gordon, the convention and conference chair. We have put so much effort into planning and organizing this first face-to-face event that we have been able to have in this Optimist year.
I'm asking, please, let us allow the board meeting to continue with optimism, professionalism. Let's take the personalities out of it. Let's deal with the business of the district. We need to move on. We have a guest speaker who is due anytime now. We are running behind. Please, let's do it all in good faith. Thank you.
So the matter on the table is a vote to approve the 2026-2027 budget. And I'm sorry? I'm calling for the vote to approve the 2026-2027 budget. All in favor, please raise your hand. MTGs, it's a board meeting. Come on, you're not voting for your own budget? Okay, any against? The motion has been carried. Okay. So we're now to second roll call, and then the international president with his opening remarks.
For Zone 1, Nexus 101, Northeastern Stars, Sunset Ligoni,
Very Prendergast.
Optimist Club of Jamaica Deaf Community, Rising Stars Optimist Club of Nassau. I don't believe I heard anybody from West St. Andrew. Ewing Mona, Seed of Hope Optimist Club of Georgetown, Optimist Club of Northside Grand Cayman, Harbor View, Crossroads, Micro University College Optimist Club, Fusion Optimist Club of New Kingston, Caring Hands Virtual Optimist Club, North Portmore, Spanish Town. I'm not hearing.
Who is representing? Who is representing?
Yes, thank you. Sunrise Newport, Harkers Hall, Southeast Portmore, Zone 6, South Central Clarendon, Optimist Club of Waitabit, New Harbor Village, the representative from Falmouth, Ocho Rios, St. Anne's Bay, Miami Bay, New Western Pelicans, Sunset Negril, So Progressive Barbados, Anguilla, Pride of Barbados, Barbados Central, St. John's Antigua, Barbados North, Sunshine Barbados, and I will indicate that President Curti from Barbados North has sent apologies since the first roll call.
Okay, thank you. And so we welcome President Tom to give us his comments in this Board of Directors meeting.
Okay, first off, for those over here on this side of the column, I'm sorry I'm behind the column. You know I love you. I'm here, you can hear me. Here's what I look like. You already know. All right. For those in the back, I'm paying attention to you. You pay, everybody in the back wave. Hey, all right. Sorry about the column over there. All right. So, thank you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. First Lady Jennifer and I. First Lady Jennifer, please wave. Let's hear it for First Lady Jennifer. We want to thank you for welcoming us to the Caribbean District. We want to thank you for the hospitality that we've been shown since we arrived here in Kingston, Jamaica. We've had nothing but a positive experience and a great time coming to Jamaica, being welcomed at the airport, and spending time with our fellow optimists and getting an opportunity to be immersed in some of the cultural opportunities here in your district, on Jamaica, and in the town of Kingston and the surrounding area. We visited 4 parishes, right, Dave? 4 parishes, yes. And we have traveled and enjoyed wonderful food, wonderful fun, wonderful fellowship with our brother and sister optimists. So I thank you all on behalf of First Lady Jennifer and myself for our experience and opportunities up to this point. And it's only going to get better after this meeting, right? Yes! All right. Now remember, I have to say, we're an optimist family. And you know how families are. Brothers punch each other in the arm, but then we all become friends afterwards. So let's just say we had a few snags, but we're going to get through it, right? All right. We got to live by the Optimist Creed. So we are optimists. We have positive mental attitudes. We are a group of like-minded individuals who all want to do 2 things. No, 3 things. 1, give back to our communities. We care about the communities within which we live. Your Optimist Club is an integral part of your community. And without it, your community would not be as successful. Secondly, we want to improve the lives of the youth in those communities. And don't we do that every day? Yes, we do. And lastly, we want to improve ourselves. And how do we do that? By providing hope and positive vision. We bring out the best in our youth, our communities, and ourselves. And we will do that, and we will continue to do that as we move forward. I'm going to keep my comments brief because obviously we got to get back on schedule. But I want to say this. When I think of the Caribbean District, and I appreciate the honor and privilege to speak multiple times to this Caribbean District Convention 2026, and I'll save my longer remarks for later on. But when I think of the Caribbean District, I think of join the movement, man. Join the movement, man. So this is the movement. I think of saving children because of my friend Calvin, Governor Calvin. We served together, my brother. It's good to see you. Saving children. I think of passionate optimism. Passionate optimism. And I was impressed with your pledge of allegiance to the flag today. A pledge about justice and brotherhood. And that is how we will work together, collaborating as brothers and sisters for justice for all, especially the children of the world. So your tradition is a legacy of excellence. You have a tradition of excellence that you need to uphold as a legacy. The Caribbean District is strong and proud, as you always have been. And you have always turned out at our international conventions. And you need to continue doing that. Continue being the proud, happy group of individuals that you have been, are, and can be in the future. My charge to you is simple. Let's finish the 25-26 year strong and lead with passion into the 27 year. Now, I want you to ask others to join the movement, Mon. Grow your clubs is what I mean. Ask someone to join your Optimist Club, because each and every one of you in your Optimist clubs need to increase your club so that it can sustain. Get more helpers in your community so that you can do more for the children. I see groups of people that are proud and happy and want to give back to their communities. I see groups of people who want their clubs to be successful. We need to ask members to join. Second, serve the children and save the children by serving the children. We need to build Optimist clubs. The Caribbean has a proud tradition of building lots of Optimist clubs. This year, we're not building lots of Optimist clubs in Optimist International. It's the thing that we're weakest at right now. We're doing very well with membership at Optimist International. And this district has cleaned out the roster. And I understand that. People that weren't paying and weren't producing are now gone. And that made a tough decision for all of you. But you know what? It's time to rebuild. It's time to bring them back. And this group can do it. You're so resilient, you can come back after hurricanes. You certainly can come back and add members. Use your passion to spread optimism. Spread optimism as a philosophy of life throughout the entire Caribbean. Let's get more islands on board, not just the 6 that we have right now. And finally, pledge to justice, guidance, and education of all children. Because folks, that's what we're all about. Helping the children. I look forward to talking with you more as the day goes on. First Lady Jennifer and I thank you again. We feel welcomed, we feel warm, we feel at home with our brothers and sisters, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, President Tom. All right, so moving quickly along, my closing remarks is I am thankful for your very enthusiastic and robust participation in this Board of Directors meeting. And so I'm looking forward to the rest of the convention. At this time, I would like to ask us to stand for the recital of the Creed as we close our Board of Directors meeting. Promise yourself,
be so strong that nothing can disturb your peace of mind. To talk health, happiness, and prosperity to every person you meet. To make all your friends feel that there is something in them. To look at the sunny side of everything and make your optimism come true. To think only of the best, to work only for the best, and to expect only the best. To be just as enthusiastic about success
ladies and gentlemen, we have refreshment and entertainment, saxophonist. What we will do is to have entertainment for a few minutes, 5-10 minutes. As soon as the guest speaker arrives, we will move into the business session, because he has a funeral to attend, so he graciously accepted to be with us, so we will try and facilitate him. So quickly go to the refreshment and then we'll start. Mr. Saxophonist, please play.
Absolutely.
International Director Dave. And we're about to start our other session. So for the persons who have already received your meals, please take your seats. I'm giving you a minute to settle down. So, ladies and gentlemen, receive, can we quietly proceed? Our guest speaker does have another engagement, and he graciously consented to speak with us. So the general session is now called to order. Can we quietly do the House of Optimism, please?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, another welcome to everyone present, and thank you all for attending our 2026 convention. We are in our first general session, and we have a number of activities planned for you for the rest of the afternoon. We are running a little behind schedule, but we are going to move swiftly and quickly into our session. Having too much chitter-chatter. Okay, so International Director Dave, microphone is yours, sir.
Thank you, Governor. International President Tom, First Lady Jennifer, our distinguished optimists, friends, good morning. Good morning, Dave. I've been tasked to move two toasts, one to our Great Caribbean District and one to our host zone, Zone 1. This morning we celebrate a district united not simply by geography, but by purpose, friendship, and a shared commitment to service. Across Antigua and Barbuda, Anguilla, the Bahamas, Republic of Barbados, and the Cayman Islands, Jamaica, our clubs continue to demonstrate what it means to live the Optimist creed, to serve our communities, uplift our young people, and bring hope wherever it is needed. Our journey has not always been easy, but through every challenge, the Caribbean District has shown resilience, determination, and an unwavering spirit of optimism. As we gather at this convention under the theme, Sustain the Legacy, Inspire the Future, we honor those who built the foundation, we celebrate those who continue the work today, and recommit ourselves to preparing the next generation of optimist leaders. May we continue to grow stronger together, serve with purpose, and carry the light of optimism throughout our Caribbean. So, this morning, I invite you to raise a hearty cheer to service, fellowship, leadership, and the enduring strength of our Optimist family. To the Optimist International Caribbean District, may we continue to sustain the legacy and inspire the future. Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray! We're gonna toast our host zone, Zone 1. We were introduced by LTG Gayan last evening. This morning it is fitting that we pause to celebrate our host zone, Zone 1. A zone whose story is deeply woven into the history and leadership of the Optimist International Caribbean District. Zone 1 proudly holds a special place in our legacy as home to the first Optimist club established in the Caribbean District. From those early beginnings, a movement of service and optimism has grown and spread throughout our Caribbean family. And Zone 1 is not only a keeper of our history, Zone 1 continues to help shape our future. It is the home club to our current governor-elect and to leaders who have carried the Caribbean voice beyond our district and into the wider Optimist International family. Indeed, Zone 1 beautifully represents our convention theme, Sustain the Legacy, Inspire the Future. Its history reminds us where we started, while its leadership demonstrates the promise of where we are going. To the clubs and members of Zone 1, thank you for your warm welcome, your hospitality, your service, and the important role you continue to play in the life of this district. So let us raise a mighty Caribbean cheer for our hosts, a zone rich in history, strong in leadership, and committed to optimism. To host Zone 1, where legacy began and where the future continues to be inspired. Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray! Hip hip! Hooray! Thank you.
So I ask you to permit me to use executive privilege to make some changes to the agenda. CP Faith, are you ready? Yes. Somebody just said Donald Trump. So we're gonna take our keynote and then we'll return to the regular scheduling, as the persons in the media would say. So I invite CP Faith to now come and introduce our keynote speaker.
Thank you, Governor Rona, International President Trump, First Lady Jennifer, members of the head table, LTGs, past governors, fellow optimists all. Good morning. It is our distinct pleasure to have as our keynote speaker this morning a gentleman who is so committed to working with social engagements and communities that he decided he agreed to come between two funerals. This gentleman is a chartered accountant. He's retired and he's currently an executive in residence at the University of the West Indies, Mona School of Business. He is extremely proud of his distinguished track record of extracurricular services. Now, he's retired, so you can imagine that his bio data is very long, pages long, but we won't go there. We focus on his achievements as a community service person. Our guest speaker serves on and has served on many public and private sector boards, and I don't think he recognized how many optimists he knew, because when he entered the room, he was flooded with greetings and hugs by a number of optimists. Yes. All of this is while he is contributing to his country and building his career. He made time to be a renowned Kiwanian, distinguished Lieutenant Governor of Excellence, and a past district trustee. During this time, he also served on many charitable boards and has won numerous awards. He has personally given financial assistance to over 50 needy children, and primarily for educational purposes, including up to tertiary level. He's a man who is of action. In Jamaica, we would say, not a bag of mouth. He's the founder and chairman of the Kiwanis Trust for Education and Advancement of Children, K-Teach, and he's a trustee of the David Wagga Foundation. Dr. Leighton McKnight, CD, JP, BSc, FCCA, FCA, he received his CD for public service, philanthropy, and community service. Now, do you know that he also got an award labeled Eternal Father? Yes, he got an Eternal Father Award. And he is married. So ladies, he's married. He has one son, and in addition, he has adopted many children. I'd like to tell you that he's now here with one of his mentees. He did tell me her name. My apologies, my dear, I don't remember it. I now invite the gentleman who, in between all he's doing, when he finds a little time, he chooses to play football, he listens to music, pretends to be a DJ, and of course, he does community service. Dr. Layton McKnight, would you please come and give your feedback?
Thank you, CP Faith, Governor Lorna, International President Tom, almost Governor Kalman, Secretary Crystal, immediate past Governor Richard, other distinguished optimists, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a very pleasant good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, I'm going to get some food. I can't sound a little better than that. Yes, as you heard, it's a hectic weekend. I live a hectic life. Carlman will tell you that last night, up to 11 o'clock, I was the MC of a big function at Kingston Cricket Club. I got up this morning, went to my good friend Chris during his mother's funeral, then leave to come here, then leaving to go to my good friend Steve Francis' funeral, and then I have 3 engagements in the afternoon. Tomorrow, no joke. But when somebody like Governor Lorna called you, as was said when I got here this morning, and before I realized that I know a lot of optimists, Governor Lorna is like medical sister, big woman now, but she's from St. James Montego like myself. I was in Jackson House, her favorite uncle, housemaster, we work together. So when people like her calls, you have to kind of listen. CP Faith is my church sister. Coleman is my brother from another mother. Yes, we do a lot together. Yeah. Now watch the height or the height difference. Or the lack of height with him, right? But we are brothers, right? And there are so many other optimists. Theo Golding, who's very reverend, is my good friend, I remember. I emceed the 75th birthday, so I know Theo. John Elcock, not here, but my good friend from Barbados, his wife was my partner at PwC. And a whole host of optimists inside here. Even this lady here is my passing from country daughter. Right? She doesn't like to be called passing daughter, but that's what I know her as. So, forgive me, I'm a little tired. I'm a little overwhelmed in the optimist, as you know, Mr. Kiwanya, and trying to get my confidence going. Last night I was giving Kalman a story about this little boy who asked his dad, what's the difference between confident and confidential? He said, Dad, what's the difference between confident and confidential? What his dad said, it's a good question. Son, you are my son, about that I'm confident. Your little friend next door is also my son, but that's confidential. So, you kind of get the difference. Right, Granville? Yes. Yes. But, you know, it is what it is. And, you know, I was telling Carmen them last night again, because when I look at the ladies, and I'm going to get to that little ladies, I'm taking over. You know that international press, you know? Where's VP Rose Medley? She's around, I saw her. Got Rose there, I know from a teenager. I remember she worked with me at Price Waterhouse Coopers. And when she was becoming governor, she did consult me for some guidance. Well, I don't have no money again, so she moved on. So I'm going to hear from her this long time, right? But she should not be, she come and tell me, oh, she's shy and all that. I say, you Rose, Taylor right shy. That's an oxymoron. You can't shy. But, you know, I'm just kind of lightening up because this guy, Michael and Marcel, were married. And I don't know why Michael was feeling insecure. So he left for work one morning, and as he got to work, he called Marcel on her cell phone and said, Marcel, where are you? Marcel said, Michael, you just left me at home. What is wrong with you? What do you mean, where am I? He said, I don't believe you. If you're at home, go in the kitchen and turn on the blender, let me hear. So she went and she turned on the blender, he heard it. That was Monday. Tuesday morning, he did the same thing. Went to work, and as he got to work, he called Marcel. Marcel, where are you? Marcel said, I mean, Michael, you did this yesterday. What is wrong with you? I'm at home. You just left me here. He said, well, if you are at home, turn on the blender. So she did. The third day, that's the Wednesday, Michael changed up his action and decided to go to work and come back suddenly. So he went to work, and within the hour, he came back. Looking for Marcel, there's no Marcel. He saw his son, Junior, and said, Junior, where is your mother? He said, Daddy, I don't know where she is, you know, but from morning she leave with the blender gone. I don't know where she gone. So, you can't get on top of the ladies. But, getting to the meat of the matter, I want to commend you on your district convention with your theme, you know, and you have to, as you say, maintain the legacy and you inspire the future. I'm a service club person, and I've always observed all service clubs. In fact, I think I've spoken at maybe 2 Optimist clubs already. I've spoken at big functions for Rotary, for Lions. And I just want to start off with a little trivia about service clubs. And you know the main ones are Rotary, Kiwanis, Lions, Optimist. And if you look at their genesis, it's very similar. They all started in North America in the early 1900s. So Rotary was the first in 1905 in Chicago with Paul Harris, led it. In 1915, Kiwanis came, George Hickson, and that was in Detroit, Michigan. In 1917, Lions International started in Chicago again with Melvin Jones. And then in 1990, Optimist International in Louisville, Kentucky started with William Harrison as their international president. So you understand the comparisons. They came to Jamaica very similarly. The first service club in Jamaica like that was the Rotary Club of Kingston in 1959. Then Kiwanis came, the Kiwanis Club of Kingston in 1964. Then Lions came, the Lions Club of Kingston in 1965. And then Optimist came, the Optimist Club of Kingston in 1980. So they came very, very, very similar. In 1987, it was a big year. Because believe it or not, before 1987, all these clubs were all male. And in 1987, prompted by some legal actions on the Rotary side, all of the clubs adopted women. And since then, the movements have never been the same. Right? Right? In fact, it is said that in the beginning, God made man, and then he rested. Then he made heaven, and then he rested. Then he made the earth, then he rested. Then he made woman. And since then, neither God nor woman rested. But it has been for the better. The ladies have come in and they have championed the cause. Credit to Rotary, just to give you a little more fun fact. Rotary was the first of the international organization to install an international female president. Right? Ronnie Dunn in 2006 was the first female president of one of these international service clubs. Kiwanis did it 10 years after with Sue Peterson in 2016, Lion did it in 2018, and Rotary did it in 2022. So Optimist was the trendsetter when this is concerned. Moving on to, I'm proud because, again, my good friend Cleo Golding was the first Black and non-North American international president for Optimist International in 2007. Right? So those are critical data. And as you know, friend Cleo, he was the first governor of this beloved district in 1992. So the record speaks for itself. When you look at the motto of the organization, Rotary, service above self. Kiwanis, serving the children of the world. And then Lions, we serve, and you know Optimist, you're a friend of youth, right? Yeah. So there's a lot of connection with the service clubs. And there are times as service club members, we get a little weary and wonder if we should continue. But I can tell you that we cannot stop. The work that service clubs do in society is immeasurable and cannot be done without. I remember years ago at work, I was having a problem because I was training a lot of staff and they were just being employed by other people. And I was getting frustrated. And I remember somebody said to me, "Hey, I hear you complain about them training and you're losing them. But can you imagine if you don't change? I mean, I understand how you feel when you train them and they leave. But can you imagine if you don't train them and them stay?" Yeah, and it was just powerful when he said that. Imagine if you don't train them. And I'm saying, imagine our service clubs, we don't do what we are supposed to do. Now, I want to encourage you, dive into this speech, to continue what you are doing. Failing is not an option. Convention and installation are times to reflect, as they say, on the legacy and move on, inspired for the future. Can't stop now, right? That's what some of us are what you call in Optimist, I use it, installation optimists. You know them people there? Are convention optimists. They are very inspired and motivated for convention or installation, but after that, you don't see them. I challenge you not to be an installation or convention optimist, but be a perennial optimist and do your work all the time. I love like the optimist creed and the focus with youth. And when I came in, the saxophonist was playing some very nice music. And I'm gonna go down the music lane in my presentation. Because it was Whitney Houston who said, "I believe that children are our future. Treat them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride." You all know that song. That's part of our mantra. In Jamaica, I mean, Faith said that I pretend to DJ, but people in here know that I was a big DJ. Right? All of you know that fire is a big DJ. Put up your hand. All right, so CP Faith don't know what I go on. I want fire on the app. Anyway. Yes, one on the app, right? But Super Cat did a song that says, "Me no all of him, we no all of him. We no all of his soup, we no all of him Matthew. Mark neither look. Cry me, I cry for the youth." So my talk this morning is I cry for the youth. I focus a little on Jamaica while I welcome all our visitors because the youth need us more than anything else. Sometimes you wonder, just last month, I mean, you follow the news, a 9-year-old in Troy, Trelawney, young girl found half naked, molested, throat slashed. You know, that's the kind of protection we're giving our youngsters. You know, as optimists, I want us to take our role seriously in protecting our children. That's our duty. That's our creed. That's what we set out to do. We have a crisis, especially in the educating of our youth, and it's having ripple effects. Just to give you some statistics, in Jamaica and the Caribbean, our main high school exam first is what you call the CSEC exam. And there is a need to assist our youngsters educationally, especially our boys, because they're at serious risk. And I'm going to explain why. So every year, just about 31,000 students from grade 11 or 5th form do this exam. Jamaica has a target that the measure of success for CSEC is passing 5 CSEC subjects at minimum, including English and maths. That's our target. And we have a target of between 50 to 60%. As it stands now, we are about 18-19%. So we are way off the target. But guess what? The girls are maybe about 21-22%, and the boys are maybe about 13-14%. So it averages about 18%. So after you do CSEC, you move on to grade 12 and 13, or what we call 6th form, and you do what you call KIP. By the time you get to KIP, the girls are outnumbering the boys 2-1, right? And you look at the results. In fact, it's so heavily stacked against the boys that in Jamaica we have what they call traditional boys' schools and traditional girls' schools. I don't call traditional boys' school, but guess what? There are 7 traditional boys' schools in Jamaica and 15 traditional girls' schools. Make that stick. 7 traditional boys, 15 traditional girls. So when we get to the Cape results, the girls are outperforming the boys just by level of intake. At the CSEC level, it's about 50-50. So it's about a little more boys take the CSEC, but the girls are coming home with ahead. At the universities right now, I'm at the University of the West Indies. We are at best 73% girls, 27% boys. UCC is worse. They are 80% girls, 20% boys. When you look at UTech, it's not as bad because they have about 67% girls because of the kind of subjects. Now, that manifests itself, ladies and gentlemen, in a lot of social issues. There are a lot of girls, educated and all that, they can't find a partner. Because I've always said to girls, they don't marry down, you marry up, right? And if you're talking to a man where you're intellectually unequally yoked, it's a problem. So this is a societal issue that we have to fix. So we have an overarching problem for everybody because even the girls are 21% and the target is 50 to 60. So they're not even halfway, but the boys are worse. So I'm crying for help to assist the students, more so for the boys, but I don't want to leave the girls either. So it's a holistic call. It is imperative that we take that responsibility seriously for a number of reasons. First, most of us are here because when you give back service, you have to understand where we are coming from. Most of us in this room, as you know, it's a fact. Great-great-grandparents were slaves. That's a fact, right? I grew up in St. James, a district called Kensington, about half a mile from where what was called the Sam Sharp Rebellion was started in 1831. Sam Sharp and his fellow slaves, they were tired of the inhumane conditions of slavery. So they decided to coordinate and burn down all the cane fields in Western Jamaica as a protest. It was successful, but after that rebellion was on December 27, 1831, Sam Sharp and a number of his fellow slaves were rounded, over 600 of them, and executed. So you know I have Sam Sharp's here named after him. But what is important for me is that there is a monument about the rebellion just at my gate where I grew up. And he spoke to a slave lady. And she said, they didn't get her name, but they said this slave lady, she started the fire by lighting the Tolokes great house. When she was about to light the great house, these were her words. I know I'm going to die for this, but my children and my people will be free.
That's right.
I know I'm going to die for this, but my children and my people will be free. Now, Optimist, that's profound.
Yes.
Understand that not only blood was shed, but lives were given for our advancement. Nobody's asking you to give your life now in terms of giving back and assist. All I'm saying, reflect from where we are coming from and understand that you are here because of the sacrifice of others. And it's intrinsically important that you pay it forward. After the rebellion, slavery was abolished in 1838. In 1865, there was another rebellion called the Moran Bay Rebellion. With, as you know, Paul Bogle, George Lamborn, they were also killed. But it paved the path, it is a path. By 1938, we got what you call our own political parties. 1944, we got what you call universal adult suffrage and equal vote. And 1962, we got what we call political independence. But understand this, independence is not an event. Independence is a process. Until all our fellow men and women are truly liberated politically, economically, spiritually, and all that, we are not truly independent. So we have a job to carry that forward. Now, in advancement of that cause, part of it is self-serving. When I was growing up, a good friend, favorite singer of mine, Bob Andy, did a song called Fire Burning. In fact, that's why I got my name. In that song, and this song was written in 1974, Bob Andy said, listen to the words, I was drawn into myself, observing all this time, from every angle that I see, my people here live in hell. Brothers have turned to crime, so they have died from time to time. I've got to ask you leaders, what have you got in mind? I've seen the fire spreading, it's getting hotter and hot. The haves will want to be in the shoes of the have-nots. If the sign is on your door, you'll be safe for sure. But if you are in pretense, you're on the wrong side of the fence. Ladies and gentlemen, that song is more relevant today, more relevant than 1974. And I want you to understand this. When Bob Andy says, the have will want to be in the shoe of the have-nots, what he said, if your child keep having and your neighbor's child keep not having, sooner or later, your neighbor's child will have no option but to come after your child. And your child may wish he never had. That's what the word is saying. So when you give back, philanthropic or otherwise, part of it is also self-serving. In fact, if you know that song that they did with Michael Jackson, and they say, it's a choice we are making. We are saving our own lives. We are the one. You know that song? Yeah, we're still, yeah. Listen to the music, the words is there. So it's important. I have a lot of stories, and I'm going to share just 2 this morning and 3 with relevance. Some years ago, and I'm talking about this first song, a youngster wanted a room on campus. He was coming to me. The mother called me and she said, Mr. McKnight, Malik, who had assisted me getting to university, had just gotten through to UA, but he didn't have a room. And they said, all rooms are done, so I'm going to ask you if you can. I said, don't worry, I can get a room. So people like Dr. Winston, Pinto, here, we know, because we are Taylorites, right? So I called Taylor Hall, Punky, Mr. Hamilton, and I said, Punky, I have a youngster from country, he needs a room. Can you assist? He says to me, Fire, you know if you want a room, I forgive you. But he sounded a little off. He didn't sound like himself. So I said to him, Punky, why you sound like this? And he's just saying. I said, what is it? Tell me. Eventually he said, boy, he wants the police lock up one of my best students. I said, what? He said this youngster is the first in his family to get to high school and now university. He's on the dean's list. He's like my son, but he has been arrested. I said, oh my God. So I said to him, what was he arrested for? He says, I don't know, I don't have the facts, but I hear some gunshot business. I said, all right. I said, where was he locked up? He said, I think he's Rockford. So I said, okay, I know this is senior super in charge of Rockford. His name is Arthur Brown. I can call him and get the details and assist. I said, what is the name of the youngster? He said, Michael Brown. He said, I know that name. I said, last year when I was guest speaker at the Black Breakfast, wasn't he the one who did the vote of time? He said, fire is him, same one. He must be our treasurer and then our deputy or chairman. I said, wow. I said, oh my God. Anyway, let me see what I can. So I called the police, senior superintendent, Arthur Brown. I said, Arthur, I need your help. He said, what is it now? I said, you have a youngster from UAE in your custody, and I need to help him. I don't know the details, but you might not. But just call, and here's Rockford. So you call and tell me what we can do. His exact words was, Leighton, I don't have to make no call. I know the case. We found him with 55 rounds of ammunition. He says to me, listen, I know what you're trying to do, but I can't pull it out again. It's gone too far. You have to get a lawyer. So I called back Punky and Tiller, and I said, Punky, this is what I'm told. 55 shots, and they have to get a lawyer. Them say fire them poor, they don't have no money for any lawyer. You can't help with a lawyer. I said, okay. I said, call this lawyer, Linton Walters. I gave him the number. Tell him I said to call and help. About half an hour after he called back, said, Linton had answered the phone. So I called Linton myself. I said, Linton, I asked some people to call and have some assistance. He said, fire me still the number anyway, Friday evening, I'm a rum evening, so now I take my strange time. Those were his exact words. So now I take my call. Anybody know Linton Walters? Yeah man, see him know him say. And you ask him, he may tell you say the truth I'm talking. So I said, fine. I said, Linton, don't try and help him. He said, all right, tell them to call back. So they called him back. So he said he'd go down to Rockford the next day, the Saturday morning, to meet with the youngster. He goes and he meets with the youngster and he says, call me, and he said, fire. Somebody have to talk to that youngster, because what he's telling me doesn't make no sense. He says he's walking in Rockford, he sees an orange juice box, he kicks the box, and the box was moving. So he bent down, took up the box to see what is in the box. It was full of gunshots, and as he take it up, the police came around and arrested him. I said, I agree, the story sounds a little way off. Anyway, so I called back Punky. I said, Punky, because Linton said to me, tell him that the lawyer is here to help. So tell me the truth. So I called back Punky, and Punky said, this is what it is. Say, somebody have to get to the youngster and let him know he must talk to tell us the truth. About an half an hour, the youngster's brother called me and he said, Mr. McKnight, I want bad brother me have over Rockford and him get Michael in that trouble, I can't believe he give a little brother gunshot for care. What a wicked boy, So I said to him, you call the police station, talk to your brother, tell him I'm gonna send back the lawyer and just tell him the truth. So cut a long story short, that was done. Called back Linton, went back and he told him, ladies and gentlemen, I thought of the case. Warren Buffett says when he's looking for employing youngsters, he looks for youngsters who are bright, full of energy, and integrity. He says if they have the first two, bright and full of energy but no integrity, you're in a problem. Because you're talking about a bright criminal. So I said, I think we should give this youngster a chance. So I said to Linton, if I make this youngster go to jail, he's got, what had happened? The Friday he never had any money. So he has this gunman brother in Rockford, went to get some money, and the brother gave him the gunshots because the brother felt that the police would not. Yeah. I understand the brother logic, but it was the wrong thing to do. So anyway, I said to Linton, let us try and see him. And he said, fire me, I agree. He says to me, tell me something. you back off the police. I know you can. I'm going to go to a judge. You know the judge, but I won't tell you it is. I'm going to work out something and let him be released to us to finish his degree. The Friday, he called me. He said, it's done. Went before the court. We pleaded guilty. The judge charged him $20,000, no fingerprint, no criminal record. He's released to me and he wants to go and finish his degree. Right? So I said, thank you, Linton. About half an hour after the youngster called me, he said, Mr. McKnight, no come out, sir. I said, I know you're out. I said, where are you? He said, I'm in Alpha True, sir. I said, where you going? He said, I'm going to Rockford. I said, no, you're not going to Rockford. He said, but the police, them have my bag on my phone. I said, listen, I go get the bag on the phone. You find yourself up to you. And I come up there later. So I called this youth, tell him I need the bag on the phone. He told me to go to the sergeant and get it. I went. The sergeant said, Mr. Man, I never know you involved, you know. Otherwise, you don't reach so far. I said, sorry, every time I come through. He said, but tell him, said, I'll come back over here, you know. Because we have to kill him and the brother, you know. The other brother there, Peter trouble him and give over here. I said, all right, every time I come through. Anyway, I took the phone and the bag. I went up to Taylor Hall the evening. The youngster came out and he saw me with the bag. And the first thing he said, thank you, Mr. McKnight. I said, stop. I said, I don't want any thank you. I said, you know what happened today? Let me tell you something. 55 shots is potentially 55 lives. So, I don't need any thank you from you. You know the only thanks I want? You need to perform, graduate, excel at your career so that I can take you back to the judge and the police and show us what they have done with the chance you have done. Right? The problem never stopped there because the bad mind police then wanted some money and they released the case. Because nobody knew about it at the time. To the Star newspaper. Headline and they say university student charged for ammunition. So university now has to do what you call an internal investigation, possibly to expel. But God is good. Because myself and Linton went to the disciplinary hearing, and we got there, it was a Professor Eldemire Shearer, and we carried him around for sheep. So when she saw me, she said, Lino, what you doing here? What did you want to do in here? Because she didn't expect. I said, this boy is my mentee. And she said, all right, the two of you sit down and shut up, just like that. She went through the process, and she said, listen, I'm giving you a chance. I'm releasing you to Mr. McKnight and Mr. Walters. That was done. The youngster finished with a first class honors. Didn't stop when he said he wanted to be a chartered accountant like myself. So he was working at Facey. I went and I saw him after a while. After about 3 years, I'm not hearing from him and I'm calling him. I can't get him. I said, Jesus. I wonder if he relaxed and gone to the bad brother. I didn't tell you that when we got him off, the bad brother contacted Linton, wanted Linton to represent him. I can't tell you what I would told him. That's not fit for here. After I get to the brother in trouble, we must now take on his criminal case. Anyway, I didn't hear from Michael at all. Number out of order, I said, oh my God. Wonder if he has backsliding and gone back. December 18 last year was a special day for me. I didn't hear from him for about 4 years. I saw a number coming from Canada on my WhatsApp, but I wouldn't answer it because I was worried about my WhatsApp. Yeah? Who?
Rummy.
No, it wasn't Rummy. it came in a number of days, maybe over 60. I wouldn't take the call. So on December 18, I never forget, I saw a note and it started. As a matter of fact, I wish I could read it. I think it's on my phone. But the message says, hello, Mr. McKnight. This is Michael Brown. Just reaching out to tell you that I've migrated to Canada. I've completed my MBA, and I just want to reach out to thank you because of you, I got a second chance that most you never got. Right? He said that, right? And he wrote something else. So I was so excited. I was in the car with 2 other friends. I called him, and I said, Michael, and he started to tell me that, hey, he was just waiting to get the good news. He had finished his MBA, finished his CPA, and was now the internal audit manager at RBC in Canada. Understand what I'm saying? That was my best Christmas present. When after I finished, I called the police. He was now retired, and I said, remember the youngster from you? He said, the one with the gunshot? I said, yes. He said to me later, what a good story. If him come Jamaica, let him come meet with me. I called, the next day, Professor Edema invited to her house for a Christmas drink. Coincidentally, I showed her the note. She said, yes, I remember the case, and I tell him to sit down and shut up, because I knew I had it under control once I saw you, and if I want to leave and go using lawyer mouth. So she never told us why she said to shut up. And the Monday, I called the judge at Judy Pusey and tell her what happened. Now, I reflected, ladies and gentlemen, that boy, why I'm telling you this story in that context, would have joined his brother, and it may be me or you. So, sometime with these youngsters, beat and teach. Don't be quick to condemn. This boy came from a very poor circumstance, made a mistake, influenced by a very, I don't want to describe it, but that was that. Okay? So again, when you do good like that, it can come back and help you. And can I tell you something? The boy who I got the room for, when the mother called her to pay for the room, $400,000 at the end of the year, Pope said, no, you don't owe me the money. Him say, from Mr. McKnight send you, and you said, thanks, that's good enough. She said, Mr. McKnight, I hung up the phone and I started to bawl, and I said, Jesus is a provider. Her son who I got the room for, his name is Manny Kelly, you can Google him. He's now a deputy director of public constitution, and he was valedictorian in his class. Another story in our context. A few years ago, there was a video going around with a mother beating a child with a machine. I don't know if this was. And everybody was angry and critical, because the mother was really international beating her with this machine. And the little girl even had a dog who tried to intervene, and the mother slapped up the dog. Am I lying? All right. So, I'm in a chat group with a friend, Michael Abrams. He's a journalist. And Michael says, everybody condemning this lady, but it's obvious that the family needs some help. Who's willing to help? 300 people, everybody gone. Only 3 of us sit in the chat. So I said, Mike, I'm willing to help. And he said, all right. Then I'll WhatsApp you the lady from, it wasn't CPFSA then, it was CDC. And you can, yeah. So I called the lady the next morning. She's the charge of so it's Child Development Agency took over the case. They had arrested the mother, and I'd sent Damian Crawford had gone over there, came back and told me that the mother wasn't as bad as the video made her look. Anyway, I spoke to the lady from the CDC, and she said, Mr. McKnight, the family needs some help and nobody's helping. I said, all right, tell you what, I'm coming to there from St. Thomas. So I said, I'm coming to Marley on Wednesday to watch a football match, Massaconne Rose Play. So bring the child, they are taking the child, the state are taking her and giving her to an aunt, right? And the mother got bail. I said, everybody go, meet me and bring the child to court. When I went out that afternoon, all them were there. Same lady, the girl, the aunt, the only person who wasn't there was the dog. God never carried that. Right? So I said, what happened? The mother just said, I was frustrated, and she told me what happened. She just lost it and beat the child because she was being rude. So I said, okay. And what struck me is that the daughter was hugging the mother, and they looked very loving. When they explained the video was dated, the incident took place over 2 years before. So we were seeing it long after. Right? And they explained how it came out. So anyway, I said, let me see her report. Gave me the report. She went to a school called Seaford High. When I looked, the first thing struck me, she had missed school 49 times for the term. 49. So I said, what's happening here? And the little girl from like 28. I said, what's happening? She said, well, guess what? It's 3 of them. She's a twin. And it's 5 of them, and then no help from the father. Only when I have money, I send her to school. I said, she have her book? She said, no. I said, all right. You know what? You deal with the legal troubles. I'm going to take over and send this child to school. You come to my office at PwC on Friday with the book list, I will take it from there. She came to my office. First, she was in an elevator. I'm on the 8th floor, so she wouldn't go in the elevator. I made the mistake, go down there for bring her up, and it was the longest elevator ride. When that elevator moved on, and she called me and screamed. I said, oh my God. Anyway, with the help of God, we made it to the 8th floor. Me panting as hell, you know. And anyway, we bought the books. It wasn't a lot of money, like about $12,000. And I didn't pay for the books, and I'm a staff. I was started to send that little kid to school. And it was October of 2017. By February, and I have the WhatsApp, I got a text from a little girl. Good day, Mr. McKnight. I'm up on my school's report day, and I want to tell you I came first in my class. I'm moving on to my last class. That little girl, I have her now in university. She wants to do social work. As a matter of fact, I could have carried her today, but I didn't. Siobhan, she is now. And just a little help. Yes. The little girl is on her way. And I remember going to a good friend of mine who was a general manager, and he was condemning the mother. And I was like, yeah, you don't know the full story. That's right. Give me a little money for the school. He says, no, it's not his responsibility. So I was saying, but you're a hypocrite. How can you be so concerned about this girl? You can't give me 2,000 and you can give me the money, you know, to this day. And it's a good friend of mine and I love him. But what I'm telling you, that not everybody is willing to help you. That's right. Or we are a service club, we have to set that example by giving and caring, right? Because that's our mantra. The final story I want to give, because sometimes I get caught up and I wrap it up. Years ago when I was Mackie Warren's president, I was very concerned about HIV and AIDS. So I decided, it was in the 90s, so those days HIV was it's like leprosy in the Bible. So I remember I called Jamaica AIDS Support, a friend, Ian McKnight. I don't know if he's married, but he was in charge, he was head. And I said, Ian, I need you to come to Mackie Warren's meeting and talk about HIV, explain and how we can help. He says, when I said Thursday at the Hilton Hotel, he says, I can't come Thursday. I said, all right, we can do it another time. He said, no, I have somebody I can send. He said, no, if you go on. He said, no. I'm going to send somebody, trust me. He sent this girl, her name was Angelita McCollum, we call her Sandy. She was HIV positive. And they used her to get the message across. When Sandy came, Sandy is one of the most beautiful girls, and she looked like her mother. In fact, so he told me. So when she came to me, all of my men, oh God, what a pretty girl the president of. I said, if you don't know what I know, I'm going to leave her alone. None of them never know, right? So when she started to talk and give her a story, how she and her commander, her husband, he died from AIDS. And at the deathbed, it was when she found out that that's what he died after. She went and tested, and she was positive. They tested the 3 kids, but they were negative. And she told us what it was like having HIV. Anybody in Montego Bay, twice they found out that she was HIV, and they burned down her house. Literally. They don't want HIV people to live. She said there was an hospice on Osborne Road. One evening she was in a taxi, and the taxi man said to her, no, over there, so the AIDS people don't live. She said, I'm one of them. Said the man here to crash the car. You understand? Yeah, that it was that bad. But we developed a relationship because Sandy, she was an inspiration because she never complained, she never cursed her husband, she just said. So I decided I'd help her, and she had the 3 kids to raise. So I was just send her the money to my man to the office or her ticket. I know the 3 children, I just know them on the phone. And you know, I used to counsel them and all that. Fast forward, one Friday, I haven't seen Sandy for like maybe 8 years. And one Friday, my secretary said to me, Sandy is on the phone. I said, I can't talk to her. No, you talk to her. So it's Friday. That's about 10 in the morning. About midday, she says again, Mr. McKnight, Sandy's on the line, she wants to talk to you. I said, I can't talk to Sandy. We talk to her. About 2, she called again. I said, Anne-Marie, if you need some money, ask Mr. Pearson, the mother has to give her some money. We can't do it Sandy too. That was it, the Friday. My mind was on her for the weekend. I said, but I was going to Montego Bay before I leave. I said, I'm going to surprise her and give her money. I hadn't seen her. Tuesday, I get in office, and I'm sitting down. I was at the side, and my secretary said, Mr. McKnight, Sandy. I said, Anne-Marie, Sandy's all right. Her exact words, no, Mr. McKnight, Sandy's not all right. Then called to tell me that she died. Man, believe me, up to now, it's tough. I said, what? He said, yeah, she passed. So, I took up the phone, and I called the sister, and she left her number. And I said, what happened? Sandy called 3 times on Friday. She said, Mr. McKnight, we don't know one, but she texted yesterday, I care about her regional, and she did this morning. I said, Jesus. All I'm thinking of, 3 times she called. I didn't know the number. Anyway, she said, the funeral is Sunday at Martin's Chapel, and we want you to give a tribute if you're coming. When I looked into my diary, I was booked, but I said my conscience not going to set me free. I could just go. So I drove to Mobile to that funeral. I called them back and told her I do the tribute. So I went there. When I went, she was there lying in state, looking beautiful as ever. And I got a program. I was the first tribute. So I said, okay, I asked for the sister Eldorado to come on now. So I said, what do I go do? Because this lady died from AIDS. What am I gonna say? Said, Mr. McKnight, you can't say anything. Everybody knows Sandy's story. She was never afraid. So I went up and I gave a story about, and one thing I liked with her, she never complained. And she called 10 times for the day, she never said, Mr. McKnight, I've been trying to get, it's like the first call. So I gave them the story. After I spoke, the 3 kids went up to give a tribute. The last one was 13, I keep them. They couldn't hold up, so they broke down. But at least I knew who they were. So I listened to the funeral and I realized that I was the first person that was called. Everybody heard like the other day or 2 days after. A lot of tributes came. When I came out of the church, I was still feeling guilty. I saw the last one that coming towards me. And I thought she was going back into the church, and she came and she just put her hand around. And her exact words, Mr. McKnight, you only come over here to tell your thanks to all the way for you. My mother and I said, my brother and sister who was school. I was breaking and I said, you're welcome. And she left and she came back and she said, Mr. McKnight, you're going to the cemetery? I said, yes. She can't get that job? I said, yes. So anybody else can come? I said, I'm alone. She came in the front and her cousin went into the back. And then she says, as we drove up, my mother did always say, if anything happened, she passed, must find Mr. McKnight. So when I went to the cemetery, I quizzed them. I said, oh, you guys got my number, because I've never something else. I said, Mr. McKnight, we know anything happened, and you will not start. The little girl said, Mr. McKnight, you were my mother here. My mother did love you. What struck me, and why I'm telling this story, I've never given that lady more than $2,000. Never. So the message in that story, don't worry about what you can't do. Don't worry about what others are not doing. Do what you can do with what you have and do it now. That's the message. So I close by, as Graham Morgan said, if you give a little more than you take, if you try to fix a little more than you break, if you try to help a stranger in the rain, there is a place optimist for people like you. So as Diana was saying, reach out and touch somebody's hand. Make this world a better place. Heal the world. As what said, let's give a little love, let's give a little hope, let's make this world a little better. try a little more harder than before. Let's do what we can do together. I wrap up by saying my reggae boy song to you optimists as you celebrate this year's convention. The world is there for the taking. Giving up is the only crime. Right now on the pages of history, this is your moment, this is your time. There's a winner deep inside you, waiting to answer the call. You have heard the voice, now make the choice. Follow that star, believe in who you are, optimists rise up and save the children of Jamaica and the world. I'm done.
Try to hold it together. Okay. So, Mr. McKnight is like, he's more than a brother. He knows my sister. And he knows my sister before I even know that he knows my sister. So we've been coming for a long while, coming from far. And when I reached out to him, he didn't hesitate. So, I just want to take this opportunity to thank you first for being my mentor, because he was instrumental when I was in finance as well. And taking the time to come to inspire us today. You lived up to your name. The fire that we need to instill in us as optimists. We need to focus on what we are called to do. We are friends of youth. We are supposed to be bringing out the best in the youth, the community, and ourselves. Everything else should be discounted and dispelled. Our focus is supposed to be building the nation, inspiring the future, and I just want to thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Now, yes. He has to go, so we want to thank Mr. McKnight for coming and inspiring us. Whew. We're going to go back to our regular agenda, and he has to leave as well? Yes? I just want to do the zone introduction, and then we will ask our oratorical, district oratorical winner to give his presentation. So I will hand over to our LTGs to do their zone introduction. LTG Gail?
Good morning, everyone. Is the music lined up for Zone 1? Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank all my Zone 1 members for coming out. And let us have a big cheer for Zone 1. over there, West Portland. We have Barbican Pines, Kingston, North St. Andrew, Manor Park, Northeastern Stars, apologies, and some of our Barbican Pine members, they are sharing with our past president, her mother past president and VP, so a few of them are at the funeral right now. But big up to Zone 1. Thank you so much for all your hard work. Nexus 101. And our song was Champion. So can we sing it? Champion. 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 Thank you so much for all the support during the year. Big up Zone 1.
Good afternoon. Zone 2. We have members from Zone 2 right here. We have Sunset Ligani. Sunset Ligani. Sunset Ligani. Kingston Central. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Rising Stars of Nassau, Bahamas. Rising. Rising. That's right. West St. Andrew. We still give them an applause, even though they are not here. Let's still big them up. The Jamaica Deaf community is in Zone 2. Give them a hand. Yes. And then we have Kingston Waterloo. Woo! Our CDG was here. Come on, give Kingston Waterloo a hand. Thank you so much. Over to you, NTG Bernard.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm kind of disappointed in a man. I am a bit disappointed because Zone 3 have a trend that we have to maintain. We started the year with our zone song, so we wanted to do that today, but that was the initial plan. I'm coming, just 1 minute. And on Monday, I remember when Gov sent out the email that we are supposed to send in a song, and we are supposed to get it down to that 30 seconds. But when our guest speaker just spoke, the song that came to me was not my original song, but was a gospel song by telling us to never give up. And I mean, it just ties into exactly what our guest speaker was saying today, right? We can't give up, we can't stop. But, Zone 3, let's hear you. Okay. No. Wherever one or two are gathered in the meeting shall be, right? Beautiful. So, if it's even two of us, we're still going to make more noise than 2 and 1. So, Zone 3, let's stand and let them know we are here. Alright, there we go. Alright, alright, I know Yui Mona is not here. Rock. Yeah. You know, standing on the rock. Alright. Okay. Sunset Optimist Club. Oh, sorry, that is the past name. Sunset Optimist Club. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Sunset Optimist Club of Kingston. Keep forgetting there is 3. Oh, sorry about that. We have the Seed of Hope coming out of Cayman. Alright. We have a Florence Miller. Oh, yes. We have the North Side Optimist Club. Oh, yes, I'm going to cheer for them because I'm part of North Side as well. But last but not least, we have the Optimist Club of Georgetown. And we have our team here. Thank you very much, Optimist family.
Morning, everyone. Or is it afternoon now? Representing for LTG Marine. And you know it's that time, eh? Zone 4 time, eh? Mr. DJ. Mr. DJ. Mr. DJ. Rise up. Our guest speaker spoke about rising up, about the rebellion and about people dying for a cause. Zone 4, represented by clubs, Avenue, Crossroads, Micro, Fusion, Hearing Hands, Rise Up, St. Matthews, and our Joy Club. Fellow Optimists, blessings, we have to rise up.
to Optimist International World Oratorical Competition and told them that we are the community. We are one. Ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome Azuri West.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Azuri West. I'm 15 years old. I'm a 10th grade student at the Arden High School. My speech is entitled, "The Moment I Realized I Belonged, My Definition of Community." The moment I realized I belonged, my definition of community changed. According to the Oxford Dictionary, a community can be defined as a body of people living in the same place, usually having a common identity. So, a geographical space where people live. That definition has always felt so strange to me because a space or a place has no meaning on its own. Like our universe, where more than 80% of it is just space, voids that are endless and formless. Now, within these voids, there are millions of particles drifting, scattered and isolated, but they serve no purpose because separate. They're just lost in the vastness. But when these particles touch, a reaction called the nuclear fusion occurs, which changes the particles into new compounds that release energy and light. For a very long time, I was like one of those lost particles. And I always had that void in me because I never felt a sense of belonging. I viewed my community only as somewhere to escape, somewhere to grow out of. And maybe some of us here, or probably even all of us, have done this, where we keep telling ourselves that at that next stage or that next achievement is when everything will become clear. Where we fill that void. But from doing this, I've only learned that these things like achievement are finite. And belonging can't be measured. It is something you feel. And I must apologize to come again with the science, but understand that the same that goes for the void also goes for us. Just as the particles are useless separately, but combined to form energy, so do we unite to release our purpose and light. And it took for a very unexpected moment for all of this to finally click. See, I was walking in my community one afternoon when I saw a man forcefully dragging a young girl. I was petrified, lost for words. I didn't know if I could intervene, but before I even pieced it together in my mind, there was already Sandra coming downstairs, a vendor leaving his stall, another man who I didn't even know lived in the community, all called to arms. This is where I belong. Around people who care. This is my definition of community. Not a space. A living network of relationships that is caring and responsible. It was in that moment I realized I'd been asking the wrong question all along. Instead of wondering, how can I get out of here? I should have been asking, how can I make a difference here. Streets cannot unite us, buildings do not inspire us. Understand, we are the community. No space makes us, but we who determine it. We need to change the narrative that fulfillment can come from leaving others behind and realize we all have that boy within us. And no matter how much you try to fill it with achievement and riches, it can never be enough. It can only be done through that connection with one another. 3 years ago, I had a friend who was diagnosed with Cotard syndrome, a mental delusion that tricks your brain into thinking that you are either dead or non-existent. We as a community refused to let him drift off into that void. So know there is always someone somewhere out there waiting on your touch, on your reach, for them to release their potential. So I urge you all, every one of you today, to step in when it matters. It's perfectly stated in Ecclesiastes 4, 2 are better than one, because if either falls, he lifts the other up. We are the community. We are one. So the next time someone asks you about your community, don't look down at the ground you're standing on, but around at who you're standing with. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Azuri made us proud, and I am so extremely confident and proud that you will be going forward and you are the future. And we know that the future is bright for Azuri, and he will be going on to excellent things. Congratulations, and thank you for coming to us today. And Mommy, thank you as well for coming. Jason, next presentation. Next item on the agenda is okay. International President Tom, First Lady Jennifer, International Vice President Rose, International Director Dave, past governors, district officers, lieutenant governors, club presidents, secretary treasurers, committee chairs, members of our great Caribbean district, friends of Optimist, I greet you warmly in the spirit of optimism. As we gather here for our district convention under the theme, Sustain the Legacy, Inspire the Future, I come with a heart filled with gratitude, reflection, and renewed determination. This theme is not simply a slogan. It is a charge, a reminder, and a responsibility. Next slide. To sustain the legacy means that we honor those who built this district before us, the clubs, the leaders, the members, children, community, and countless acts of service that brought us to this moment. To inspire the future means we do not stop here. We do not simply admire what we have done. We build on it, strengthen it, and create a space for new leaders, new ideas, new members, and new opportunities. This has not been an easy year. We began with plans, hopes, expectations, and every leadership year does that. But this leadership was not only tested when the road is smooth. Leadership is tested when plans change, resources are stretched, people are tired, and communities are hurting. This year, our district faced disruption, hurricane recovery, financial realities, membership challenges, and the continued demand of communication, governance, dues, reporting, attendance, and participation. And yet, through it all, the Caribbean district did not stop. Our clubs served. Our leaders showed up. Our members gave of their time, resources, prayers, energy, and love. We saw optimists responding to families in need, clubs continuing, projects for children and community, members supporting one another, and leaders adapting while keeping the work alive. That is legacy. Legacy is not only what is written in reports. Legacy is what happens when ordinary people choose to serve, even when they are tired. Next slide. We are honored by the presence of Optimist International President Tom and First Lady Jennifer. Their attendance reminds us that the Caribbean District is part of something larger than ourselves, a global movement committed to bringing out the best in youth and our communities. In his fourth quarter message, Optimist International Tom reminded us that while a member gives 10 minutes or 10 hours a week, that contribution matters because it proves we care deeply about the future of this organization and the communities we serve. He also reminded us that we are in the fourth quarter, the final stretch of the Optimist year. His message is simple. Let us finish strong. First, we must grow our clubs. Growth is not only about numbers. Growth is about reach, impact, and making sure the work of optimism becomes stronger. We need new members and new energy. Every club should ask, who is missing from our table? Who has the heart of service but has not yet been asked? Second, we must engage our members. Members remain where they feel valued. Members remain in meetings that are meaningful. And when there is friendship, flexibility, respect, and purpose. Thirdly, we must tell our story. The Caribbean District has a powerful story, but too often we do the work quietly and fail to tell the world what optimists are doing. Post the projects, share the photos, tell the story of the child who was helped, the family that was supported, and the young person who found confidence through an Optimist program. Not for praise, but because stories inspire action, attract partners, encourage members, and remind us why we serve. Fourth, we must strive for excellence. Excellence is about doing what we said we would do. It is about reporting, paying dues, communicating, showing up, good governance, accountability, and fulfilling our obligations so that our club and district remain strong. If we want to have a say, we must be ready to stand in good order. The children and communities we serve deserves our best. Fifth, we must support the transition to the next leadership year. Leadership is not ownership. Leadership is stewardship. Leadership is not ownership. Leadership is stewardship. We hold the role for a season, then we pass it on. I encourage every current officer to prepare files, share information, encourage successors, and support incoming leaders. Let us hand over clarity, not confusion. Encouragement, not frustration. Unity, not division. And opportunity, not unfinished conflict. Now, as we are in our convention, I want to say clearly, your presence matters. The convention is not just another event on the calendar. It is our gathering point. It is where we reflect, celebrate, learn, decide, reconnect, and prepare for the future. Let us celebrate achievements, acknowledge service, encourage leadership and club development, conduct the business of the district, share ideas, and inspire one another to keep going. Now, I had a conversation with past Governor Calvin, and he reminded me that we are in the phase of finishing strong. He pointed to a race with Shelly Ann, but I replaced that with this race. Just touch.
O'Carthy, the individual 400 champion, has made massive inroads and will hand over marginally the lead.
Wow, look at that. 3 teams side by side as they go into the final leg of the mixed 4x4. Lena Nielsen was 4th in the individual 4 hurdles. And look at the sprint from the Nigerian athlete, Onajo Avo. She was 3rd in the 400 metres individually. Dejane Oakley, though, is chasing hard. The Jamaican won that women's 400 metres. Nigeria have got quite the lead here, ahead of England. Australia now coming under pressure from Jamaica. Dejane Oakley, 48-second runner this season. Surely she can't do it. She can't hold out the massive lead.
Look at the finish. Look at the finish to win the race. If ever there was a symbol, an example of finishing strong, this showed the determination. This showed the push to the finish line. This is not just about, for the Caribbean district, it may seem like a race, that we are passing on the baton, but I urge us to utilize the determination in that race and push. Finish strong. See the end of September just as the end of this race, but the next one that G.E. Kalman will be starting, and we're going to push to the end and push into the next administration. Next slide, please. Fellow optimists, I know many are tired, because I tell you the truth, I'm tired too. I know the year has been demanding. Service can feel heavy, but we did not come this far to fail at the finish line. Never failed. Stretch through. This is the moment to gather our strength. Let us finish strong in membership, service, fellowship, governance, attendance, and transition. Let it be said that the year of challenge, we chose courage. In the year of fatigue, we chose service. In the year of recovery, we chose hope. And in the year of transition, we chose unity. I want us to end on that we chose unity. Let it be said that we sustain the legacy and inspire the future. As your governor, I thank every club president, secretary, treasurer, lieutenant governor, committee chair, past governors, members, joy advisors, supporters, and optimists who kept showing up. Your work is seen, your service is valued, your sacrifice is appreciated. Now let us come together with open hearts, ready hands, and renewed commitment. Let us honor the past, strengthen the present, and prepare the future. Sustain the legacy, inspire the future, be the change, united we lead. I thank you. Our next agenda item is international. I'm going to need you to be introduced first, President. IVP Rose.
Distinguished optimists, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good day. Good day. It is my absolute privilege to introduce our speaker, our Optimist International representative, a man who perfectly balances a stellar legal career with a lifetime of profound service. Thomas W. Kendall Jr. is a licensed attorney and counselor of law in Ohio, USA, with over 33 years of experience. As the president of his Centerville law firm, he specializes in real estate, estate planning, and probate litigation. I guess I'm selling business for if you're in the States, right? Throughout his distinguished career, President Tom has been recognized in the Dayton Business Journal's Who's Who in Law. He has received the Outstanding Committee Leadership Award from the Dayton Bar Association and shared his expertise as an educator at Sinclair Community College. But his impact stretches far beyond the courtroom for over 30 years. I don't like I'm saying that 30 a lot, but for over 30 years. Tom has been a dedicated leader within Optimist International, from serving as outstanding governor of the Ohio District to the role as international vice president. His passion has now brought him to the highest level of organizational leadership as our current president of Optimist International. Let me take you back home. So at home, Tom and his wife, First Lady and Optimist Jennifer, have spent decades volunteering, even co-chairing major local traditions like Oktoberfest at the Dayton Art Institute. Go Oktoberfest. So, married for 35 years, they are proud parents of 2 grown children and grandparents of a grandson. So with all that career and stellar volunteer service, my fellow optimists, please join me in giving a warm welcome to an exceptional leader, community champion, and family man, our international president, Tom Kendall Jr.
Thank you, IVP Rose. I know that I'm one of the things standing between you and lunch. And I'm mindful of that, so this will not be long. But I have a few things I want to talk to you about today. The first is what our theme is for this year. So you've seen those little bumblebees everywhere, and you said, what are those little bumblebees all about? Well, those are the Be the Change bees. And I have a Be the Change bee right here on my lapel. That's Be the Change bee right there. And Be the Change bee is all about my charge to every one of us, including myself, that every day I want all of us to look in the mirror. you see I have this little book right here. There's a mirror. See, there's the mirror. You look in the mirror and you say, be the change. And what I want you to do is say, I will be the change. Let me hear you say, I will be the change. Because if each one of us will look in the mirror and say, I will be the change, then we each can be the change that we want to see in the world. Who thinks the world needs change in a positive way? I do. You do. All right. And who can make that change? That's right. You got it. We can be that change. Because the first thing we have to say is, I will be the change. Because if I will be the change, and people see me being the change that I want in the world, they will see me leading by example. And by leading by example, then they will say, hey, I want to be the change too. I want the world to be a better place. I want all children to feel valued and respected. I want all children to have an opportunity for a safe and clean environment to get an education. I want every student to have the opportunity to better themselves in school and move forward to whatever achievement they want to achieve. And we as optimists have the brilliant opportunity to do that by being that change. So I want each and every one of you to look in the mirror and say, I will be the change. I will be the change. And I want you to believe it, I want you to feel it, and I want you to mean it. Because if we do it, we will make the world a better place to live. And as optimists, we can do that. And as optimists, we have the power of our positive mental attitudes. We have positive mental attitudes. And each day, we can take our positivity and make people feel better by living our optimist creed, by giving every living creature we meet a smile, by making other people feel there is something in them, by giving so much time to the improvement of ourselves that we don't have time to criticize others, by being too large for worry, too strong for anger, too happy to permit the presence of trouble. We will make the world a better place to live. And my favorite tenet of the Optimist Creed is, forget the mistakes of the past. Let's press on to the greater achievements of the future. That's what we need to do. And we can do it, and we will do it. And I came here, and I wanted to visit in Kingston. A couple things I wanted to do. I said, Dave, make sure I get to do a couple of things when I'm in Kingston. And one of them was I wanted to go to the Bob Marley Museum. And I got to go to the Bob Marley Museum. And Jennifer and I love that. And what I found out is Bob Marley is an optimist. Did you know that? Believe it or not, Bob Marley's an optimist. Hey, now listen to this. You tell me if Bob Marley's an optimist. Optimist Inspiration by Bob Marley. From his song Smile Jamaica, he features a direct plea to support and guide the youth. Help the children. Help them right. Oh Lord, help them to decide. Bob Marley wants us to guide the youth. That's optimism. That's what we do. That's optimism. One Love highlights empathy for crying children and champions human family unity. Bob Marley says, help the children crying, one love. Help the children, hear the children crying, one heart. Saying, give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel all right. He wants us to help children who are crying. He wants us to make the children stop crying, because we will help the children. We will hear them crying, and we will do something about it. And in Babylon's system, he says, an emphasis to educating, protecting the youth through truth. Tell the children the truth. We need to listen to what Bob Marley says in his lyrics. Yeah, we listen because it's great music and we can dance, but he's saying, help the children. Bob Marley believed in guidance centered on teaching the next generation right from wrong. He wanted them to ensure that they had a safer, more unified world. And he said, we are one. I am not the black man's person. I am not the white man's person. I am God's person. He wants everyone to succeed. He wants everyone to have a fair chance. He wants everyone to have a life and an opportunity to be happy and be successful. And we together are one. We are stronger. We are better. We are one world, one love. We need to be that positive change. So I say to you, Bob Marley is an optimist. And I'm learning from him. I'm motivated by him. And I want you to be motivated to be the change and help children and make this world a better place to live. And I know that you will continue the good work that you do. I know that you will go back to your communities, and I know that your club will be stronger and better because you were here with fellowship and learning and opportunity with all of us. And we're better because we're here with you. Because you're helping us and we're helping you, and together we are one. And we are Optimist International. We are a group of like-minded individuals that bring out the best in ourselves by bringing out the best in our communities, and most importantly, bringing out the best for the youth of our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time and attention. Let's move on.
Thank you. President Tom, I know that you weren't expecting nor did you want us to do anything official, but I do have our little bag. This is a district bag, and I have a
Is this for lemonade or something else? Dave, do you have rum punch?
First Lady, I'm going to come down to you. I do have something for you as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now, as First Lady, you are the Queen Bee. So, okay, we're going to take some liberties again to adjust the agenda. Mr. LDC, I have your permission to shift the training to after, and so we would, do we shift the committee reports as well? Do I have your permission? And then what we'll take now is the election. I need the guidance of the parliamentarian, governor-elect election. I know it says introduction, but it should say election of the 2026-2027 governor-elect.
So, we're in the Board of Directors meeting, and coming from the Optimist Rose's direction earlier, we should suspend the Board of Directors meeting. We are in the general session now? Because we kind of... Okay. All right. So we can conduct the elections. We are in the general session. Going back. No. What if you're in the general session? What the general session does, as was pointed out earlier, it gives every and anybody the opportunity to nominate somebody else if they wish to. Okay. The governor will conduct the elections.
So what will happen now is that the report will be given and the floor will be open, and if there are nominations from the floor, then we suspend and then go into election if that is.
You can repeat the CQ report.
Good afternoon, Optimist. The CQ report. The candidate qualification committee convened to review all submissions for the position of governor for the year 2027-2028. Based on qualification, leadership record, and alignment with organizational goals, candidate qualification committee unanimously nominated Ellis James Leng as governor-elect to the 2026-2027 year.
Okay. So, having heard the report from the candidates qualification committee, my understanding is now that the
The nominees so far be exposed.
Right. Please stand.
Yes.
Chairperson Ellis James Leng. They want to be muggle. Come on to the front page.
Make sure it's the same first.
Whoa.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you. So, are there any nominations from the floor?
Going once.
Are there any nominations from the floor? Are there any nominations from the floor? Hey, there be no nominations from the floor. The nomination is closed. Come and sit. You're gonna, no, I know where he's supposed to sit, but based on, don't want to do the movement right now, CDG, Marshall. Can we just, for the purposes of now, we'll change in lunch with the right seating order. Just for right now, I understand. Faith? Governor-elect, sorry. Yes. You stay there. For the purpose right now, we're just going to have him sit right here, up here, and then in lunch we'll change the order. So, Mr. Governor-elect, it is now your time to address the convention.
Governor Lorna, International President Tom, First Lady Jennifer, distinguished optimists on the upper and lower tables, optimists all, good afternoon. I have tried not to be in this position for many years. I will reach out to Sonia Anderson, who likes to say time come. But optimists, I am deeply humbled by this nomination and the confidence the district has placed in me by nominating me to serve as governor-elect and ultimately as governor of the Great Caribbean District. I recognize that there is a great responsibility on those of us who ascend to this office. I recognize that there are great expectations when we nominate individuals to this position. I have worked closely with governors over the last several years, and the work is not in any way, shape, or form easy. The mere nomination to the position does not solve all the ills of the district, nor does it make everything good overnight. But I come to this position with a commitment to service. And I thank every single one of you who has shared with me, having heard that I might be considered as the governor-elect. And in fact, many of you seem happier that this nomination is taking place than I can speak for myself. But I do come with a commitment to serve as I have served in every single position, from president through to district secretary treasurer, and as chairperson. But I constantly say to persons that the most important position I have in the optimist movement is as an optimist. And I became an optimist in 1991. And I have continued to serve this district through good times and bad. But my journey in service did not start with optimism. And I will not keep us long because I know we have lunch to go to. My journey in service started at 13 years old when I pulled my neighborhood friends to my father's veranda and we started a youth club because I felt that we could, as young people, do something within our community. And my entire life, I believe, has been committed to service. I'm grateful, I'm grateful to every one of you, and I thank you. I commit to doing the very best I can, but the work is not that of governor alone. It is for the nearly 2,000 of us who serve as optimists of this Caribbean district. And as President Tom has just said, it is each of us who must say, I will be the change. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
The next item, sorry.
reinforcement, just to remind us, as of now, he becomes our governor designate. We have a governor-elect, and in a little while she becomes the immediate past governor.
So, right now, I am going to ask the current immediate past governor to make a presentation to our retiring governor with an expression of gratitude for her service and contribution.
Afternoon, fellow optimists. It is my pleasure to bring this expression of gratitude to our retired governor. Patrice, please come forward. It is always picture. Very good. You're still a Governor Patrice. The journey has been long, has been tedious. It has been a caring year for you when you served. And we are absolutely delighted that you took a challenge and served the district and continue to serve us. It is this time that we thank you for the dedication and the service offered over these years. And as such, on behalf of the Caribbean District, we want to say thanks to you for all that you have done and what you continue to do. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, it has been a pleasure serving as your governor, as your care governor. I don't think this is ever something I had considered, to be very honest with you, but I am really happy that I took on the challenge. It was a pleasure, and I continue to give my very best to this district in whatever capacity I see available for me to serve. Thank you again, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you. And as I said, CP Faith is lunch. They're gonna serve. They're waiting on us. Yes? Can we continue with other items, or do we? Okay, so what we will do is move the items, some items to after lunch, like the workshop and the report and the first time experience, and we will go to the recital of the creed to close this first business session. But I think by the time we're finished, or should we do, the first time as experience will take some time. Can I ask for an indication of persons, the first timers to stand? Let us see how many first timers we have now. I just want to have an idea. CP Garvin, you think we can conduct it while they serve, and then we will, okay. So you may sit or follow the instructions of Chairperson Garvin Grandison for the first timers experience, and then we'll do the creed and close out the first business session.
Good afternoon, Optimists, all. Good afternoon. All right. We counted 6 first timers, right? All right. You guys have to come to the front. You're going to model for us today. All right, I need 2 teams. So 3 on each side. Yeah. Hello, Gigi. You all look wonderful, don't be shy. So that's 1 first timer, 2, 3, 4, 5. And last but not least, our Lady Lorna is on her way up. All right. So, welcome to a game that we're going to call, let me see, this how many people? 7. Okay, we have way more. All right, one team will have more. Okay, let's do ladies against men. Ladies against men. Let's stand on that side, please. And come on this side, please. Yeah, that's it. All right, so welcome to Fact, Fiction, or Finish It. I've divided into 2 teams, and you're going to have 3. We're going to have 3 very quick rounds. You can consult with your teammates, but don't talk too loud. You only have a few seconds to answer the questions, right? And audience, don't get too comfortable. I'm going to need your help as well, right? At some point. First timers, are you ready? Yeah. Are you ready? Ladies, are you ready? Gentlemen, you ready? Yeah. All right, good. So I'm a man. Good. Audience, are you ready? Yeah. I know you're hungry, but you're ready? Yeah. All right, let's go. So round 1 is fact or fiction. I read a statement and you have 5 seconds to discuss it. Then the teams must, tell me if it's a fact or a fiction. Or you can shout or you can designate somebody to shout on your behalf. All right, question number 1. Optimist International was formed in 1919. Fact or fiction? Wait, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gentlemen? Ladies, what? Ladies? Fiction, the ladies say fiction. We're awarding 1 point, 1 point for the correct answer. Audience, is it a fact or fiction? All right, gentlemen. You're 1 down, but you're going good. Ladies, don't worry. You win the prize already, All right? Where's the fun in that, right? But the ladies always win. Question 2. The Optimist Creed was written specifically for Optimist International. Fact or fiction? Audience, you're going to confirm afterwards. Don't help them yet. Gentlemen, what is it? That's a fiction. All right. You want to call a friend? Fact or fiction, ladies? All right, well, fiction. Oh, thank you for the music. That sounds good. Is it a fact or a fiction, audience? That is correct. So the men gone 2, ladies 1, right? It is fiction. Christian D. Larson originally wrote it as Promise Yourself. Optimist International later adopted it as the official creed in 1922. Alright? Question 3. The first official Optimist Club was formed in 1919. Fact or fiction? Ladies, fact. Ladies say fact. Sure? Alright. Gentlemen? Final answer. Who wants to pay that millionaire? Gentlemen? Fact or fiction? The gentleman said, we're not consult yet. How much you want to do here, bro? Alright, audience, fact or fiction? Why the audience so confused? It's fiction. It's fiction. The first Optimist Club was formed in Buffalo, New York in 1911. And the international organization came later in 1919. All right, question 4. Ladies, may I ask you this question first. Women have always been eligible to become members of Optimist International. Fact or fiction? I'm feeling a strong fiction on this side. Lorna look like she's sure.
That's strong. They said the answer.
They said the answer is strong. Daniel, final answer, locked in. Gentlemen, women have always been eligible to become members of Optimist International. Fiction. Audience? All right, fiction. Women were admitted in 1987, so it is fiction. All right? Took a while for us to get it right. Last 2 questions. The mission of OI is focused only on serving young people. Fact or fiction? Gentlemen? Alright, someone have a locked in answer. Fiction, ladies? Fiction as well. Audience? Fiction. Youth are central to what we do, but the mission is broader. How many of us have benefited from being a part of this movement, right? So we're serving children as well as ourselves. Finally, and this one is this one will really test you, right? Will test your knowledge. Every Optimist member is officially required to own and wear at least one item of Optimist blue clothing. You must, as an Optimist, wear the color blue. Fact or fiction? This is the tiebreaker, you know. Fiction. Ladies, fiction? Even though you are wearing some form of blue. Alright, that is correct. That was the tiebreaker. It's fiction. Alright, fiction, fiction, fiction. Alright, so finally now, well not finally, so we did fact or fiction. Now we're going to do finish it. We're going to give you 2 finish it. So I'll say a line of the Optimist Creed, and the first team to raise their hand will get a chance to complete it. This time the audience cannot help. No helping. The first team to raise their hand, but you must finish it. Nothing can disturb your blank. Who was first team? I don't mean you can't say which one. Alright, gentlemen.
Peace of mind.
Alright, good. Alright. Make your blank come true. You know, I feel like I want to give it to the lady, Alright, then the gentleman raised his hand first. What's his answer?
Yes.
Make your optimism come true. And the last one. Be just as enthusiastic about the success of others as you are about your ladies. Home ladies, yes.
No. Stop telling them that. But they were saying the first answer is wrong. No, the first answer is incorrect.
Say it again. Be as enthusiastic about the success of others as you are about your. Okay, Lorna said it right. He's part of the team. Own, right? Good. All right, Lorna got it. All right, see the final part here. Now, final round, and we're gonna enjoy our nice soup. All right, final round. All right, the facts are good. You guys sound very knowledgeable. Knowing the creed is good. Knowing the facts is good. But ultimately, optimism is about what you do. So your final challenge is worth 2 points. And the audience will decide who gets them. Your Optimist Club has planned, listen to the scenario guys, everybody listen. Your Optimist Club has planned a major youth project for months On the morning of the project, it started to rain. Almost Hurricane Melissa type rain, right? Your main sponsor cancels and half the volunteers don't turn up. You have 20 seconds as a team to tell us what does an optimist do next. Alright? 20 seconds. What does an optimist does next? I'm going to allow the ladies to go first.
Well, as an optimist, we always try to see the bright side of everything. We don't have the sponsor. The weather is really raining. As long as it is safe to continue where the weather can permit, we are going to go ahead with what we have and make it a success.
Wow. No, gentlemen, top that.
All right. So you see, we know that whenever you're through the line, we make lemonade, right? So you just pivot, think about the next thing, utilize what you have, and we make the best of the project that you must be served.
Audience, come on, come. Let us hear it now. Let us hear it. Let me start on this side. And I want you guys to cheer, right? Did the gentleman have the better answer? Oh. Clap them still, man. Clap them still. I want to hear the applause as loud as go. Or louder. This side. All right. But you know what's the truth though? Both teams won today, right? They're first timers. They're never leaving the movement. And we have a future governor among us, right? Among them. Alright, so team, thank you very much. Prizes are coming around. Everybody won. The Raiders are only keeping score. The Raiders having fun. So you get a card. Start downstairs. Let's press the key. I listen to the light. So much for participating. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, CP Garvin. And then we now go into the recital of the creed and then look. Let us, so sorry to break your soup. Can we stand for a few? Promise yourself
to be so strong that nothing can disturb your peace of mind. To talk health, happiness, and prosperity to every person you meet. To make all your friends feel that there is something in them. To look at the sunny side of everything and make your optimism come true. To think only of the best, to work only for the best, and to expect only the best. To be just as enthusiastic about the success of others as you are about your Living